All right. All right. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Good evening. That was a good fade out, I have to say. That's another one of those songs that doesn't really. It just kind of stops. I think that was a solid fade out. I think I gave it a good fade. I gave it a nice fade with the taper. I think it's going to be very pleased. I think when that song walks out of this barbershop, it's going to be very pleased. I'm ready. I'm ready for the stream tonight. I'm excited. I'm feeling good. Besides my uh, face and or eyeball is still kind of weird, but it's all right. It's not so bad that I can't muddle through. Anyway, how do I do this? Where is it? Over here somewhere? Somewhere over here. There we go. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I needed it. I really needed it this time. I don't know why, but I'm really feeling it. I couldn't wait to bring up the music too long. Anyway, let me scooch a little closer. Let me scooch as close as I possibly can. There we go. Anyway, what up? Hi. Hello. What's going on? How's everybody doing? What up, Stone? What up, Bedman? What up, Minty? Grainer? Yeah, we've been over this. Don't give Scribblemelia that much power. It's not a good idea. She's a demon. She has no loyalty to anybody. You will not be shown mercy. So don't do it. Goof? What do you mean? Why are you calling me a goof? Knock it off. Also, don't start coughing on everybody. That's not good. Oh, you got the driver's license, Minty? Congratulations. Congratulations. Omedeto. That's good. Now you can go anywhere in the continental United States, and I guess Canada and Mexico, provided you have a working passport and a working automobile, I suppose. Provided you have also those other ingredients. The Western Hemisphere is now open to you. It was on me specifically? Okay. You might make ramen? Ooh, that sounds good. I could go for some ramen. Maybe that will be my post-stream meal, my post-stream snack. Stones by Stone? I think I saw the Stones. I did see the Stones. I did see the Stones by Stone. Do you know what might be a good project? Stones by Stone. And it's like a little 3D environment that you can walk around, and there's a bunch of like obelisks and like stone monuments and like painted stones that you can pick up and look at or go admire. It could be like a digital art gallery, but with a little bit of extra theming on top, you know? I think that would be cool. I like the idea of digital art galleries. I think there should be more of those. You've been watching Transformers the movie via the Voices of the Void television. Interesting. Why? Do you like the ambience of the Voices of the Void TV better than just watching something in your own area, your own room, domicile, entertainment zone? Yeah, okay. Just an extra layer of ambience around. I could see it. What is the least common one, Stone? I'm not sure I know it. I mean, I probably know it, I just don't remember it due to it being so, due to it being so uncommon. If it truly is the most uncommon. You're gonna tell a strange story? I mean, I'm just saying that would be a good practice. That would be good practice. You know, it is stone itself. I see. Does referring to yourself in the third person count as a pronoun? I guess it does. I'm still waiting for I'm still waiting for what is it, Canal Walk? I'm still waiting for Canal Walk to come out. That's my most anticipated release. That's my most anticipated upcoming release. Is Canal Walk by Stonesoft. I'm looking forward to it. This is a question for everybody. If you had a production company or like a studio or some sort of collective that you were in charge of, what would you call it? What would you call your company? Even if the company is just you, what would you call it if you had to incorporate? Galvatron atomized Starscream. I laughed at just reading that. I didn't even see it happen, and I still laughed at it. People getting atomized is pretty funny when done correctly. When done correctly, it can be pretty funny. I did see the scribbled person. I did see the scribbled person. I feel like all scribbles are enhanced if they're like somewhat animated. If they have like a couple like just you know the Ed and Eddie type squiggly lines, I feel that would elevate this piece. It also kind of reminds me of like I don't know the type of weird animation that I watch on YouTube sometimes. Feels like a character that would be voiced by an amateur voice actor and have like a really shitty microphone with a bunch of reverb or like you know bit crushing effects added to it. This was a good one too. I like this one. This is a nice color palette. I like it. Also, I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be lightning, but it kind of looks like I don't know. They look like weird tree roots. They look like weird like nervous system entities or like root beings rising up into the sky. It's much more evocative that way. I think you could flesh this out into like a human Nikki environment. I think you could take these basic elements and flesh them out into a nice dream world to explore. You sent the gif of the atomization in the Discord? Alright. I'm not the first person to say that. I mean, they do look like that. I think it's probably the color combined with like I don't know, I guess like the look or the way that the lines sort of like wiggle and they're more like uniform. They got the look of tree roots more than like the intense flash and energy of lightning. They also fork a lot more than you usually see lightning. Are they supposed to be lightning? Maybe they're not even supposed to be lightning. Maybe they're supposed to be some other third thing that I'm not visualizing. Maybe there's some other extra thing that I'm not aware of. I see. That makes sense. Stuff like that is hard to draw. Like convincing lightning and like fire and things like that and water. The natural elements are difficult to anything that you could bend is like is difficult to capture sometimes in a still image. Optimus Prime dies on screen. That's cool. That's pretty epic. I never got into Transformers. I wasn't a Transformers kid. I like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, mainly because of the video games. I like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles a lot. That was my 80s cartoon that I liked as a child. I had the beat 'em up on the Nintendo Entertainment System. I had one of the beat 'em. I think I had Turtles in Time. I played that game a lot. And then there was one for the GameCube that I would rent as well, but I don't remember what that one was called. And then one of my friends had the Super Nintendo version, I think on his computer. No, Turtles in Time was on the Super Nintendo. Or maybe there was an NES port, I don't know. No, what was the one on... What was the one on the original NES? Oh, it's literally just called Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Okay, it doesn't have a subtitle. I played that game a lot. Oh no, I didn't. No, this is like a side scroller. What was the beat 'em up? Oh, I think I had Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2 then? Yeah, this one looks like the one I played, I think. Now I gotta figure this out. Was this the one I had? I guess I still have it somewhere. Yeah, I think this was it. It was definitely a beat 'em up. Or there's a 3? No, I definitely had 3. It was 3. I had 3. The Manhattan Project. Yeah, this is the one I had. Okay. I had Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 3, The Manhattan Project for the Nintendo Entertainment System. The Neo Geo one, Turtles in Late Stage Capitalism. What a picture. I don't know if TMNT ever got that serious. I don't know if they ever really... I don't know. They kind of always remained like for kids. You get to watch the light literally fade from his eyes. Damn. That looks like a that is that supposed to be just like a regular lightning bolt? It looks like a logo for something. It looks like almost like the Subway logo. I can see. I can see why you would say that. I feel like there was another TMNT beat 'em up that came out like a while ago that I almost played, but I didn't. I need to see if I can track down a copy of the Transformers game that Platinum made, Transformers Devastation. I think it got like delisted. I don't know if you can buy it anymore. I think you have to like get a physical copy of it, or I guess emulate it. Yeah. Yeah, it got delisted. Because I guess they lost the license. Yeah, and then Activision was like, alright, see ya. Bye. Oh, it was on Windows. There was a Windows. There was a uh PC version. Okay, so that should be pretty easy to find somewhere. What are we drawing today? We're drawing the same thing that we drew last week. I wanted to work on it more during the week, but I kind of didn't really. I wanted to at least finish the line art during the week, but I didn't do any of that. I was lazy this week. I took some mental health break this week. I had several mental health days in a row. That's what my mom used to say every once in a while, and I still think about that. I still have that concept in my brain. Every once in a while when I was a kid and I wasn't feeling too good, but not like sick, I didn't want to go to school. My mom would let me take a mental health day. As long as I didn't abuse the privilege. So I still think of that sometimes, and I still do that every once in a while. I'm like, you know what? I think I gotta take a mental health day today. I gotta take a mental health day tomorrow. I took like a mental health several days in a row. Hey Pickle, what up? Thank you for the sub. Damn. 20-month streak, that's crazy. It's more spit and shine artwork. We're working on more spit and shine. There he is. That's Vincent. I was about to say now I want to play some beat 'em ups, but I kind of already am playing a beat 'em up. I'm playing Odin Sphere. Vintage Story is so sick. I got confused between that and Vagrant Story for a second. Vagrant Story is a PlayStation 1 RPG by Squaresoft. Vintage Story is the Minecraft one, right? Vintage Story is the one where you're too autistic for Minecraft, so you have to play the even more uh, detailed and serious one. Minecraft isn't enough for you, so you need to take it to the next level and you play the Vintage Story. It's very good? Okay. I don't really know anything about it other than it looks like Minecraft. And you can mine and craft in it. You can do both of those things. The lips were totally original. He's got original lips. I see. What are you knowing about? Don't mention that name. What, Vintage Story? Do you have a history with Vintage Story, Bedman? Rose Hill Show? I don't know what you're talking about. I'll play it for years. I don't know. I'm not looking for a game like that. Oh, Churl will show up. Oh yeah, that's right. I remember I've seen Churl stream that game. I didn't really pay too much attention to those streams, but I do know that he likes that game. Standard mode, wilderness survival, no map. Oh jeez. What's the difference between standard mode? Minecraft is baby's first vintage story? Okay. What up, Phineas? I don't know if you can say that. I think you can only say the phrase like that when the other one came. Like, if Vintage Story came first, then you could say that Minecraft is Vintage Story for babies. I don't know if it works if it comes after. Like with League, like you could say like League of Legends is Dota for babies, because Dota was first. So I think if it builds, I don't know if that's a fair comparison. I don't know if that's fair to say. Plus less copper. Okay, I guess copper is going to be very important then. Dwarf Fortress is the grandfather, but I would say I think Dwarf Fortress is too different from those games. That it's not really it doesn't even really fall in the same category or genre. I did understand what you said, but I'm gonna gatekeep your language. I'm gonna gatekeep the types of sentiment that you can express in this chat. Most grandparents are different from their grandchildren. I guess that's also true. And I think with that we're stretching the metaphor to the point that it no longer really means anything. I guess that is technically a true statement, but whether or not it actually means anything, uh maybe up for debate. Yeah, Dwarf Fortress is more like the ancestor, the protozoan that emerged from the goop. You've been getting up to suspicious thing. Are we ever going to know what these suspicious things are, or are you just going to vaguely allude to them, Bedman? It's becoming its own alternate reality. Exactly. Yeah, see, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. They will be mentioned one day? Okay. These are some really long-term plans, I guess. I will get to the artwork in a sec. I will get to the I'll get to the artwork in a second. I'm just trying to find the music I wanna put on. Pondering upon the demise of unnamed parties. Exactly. But yeah, I'm not really I think I'm right now I'm not really in the mood for like roguelike or like I'm sorry, procedurally generated run-based uh video games or like I'm looking for games that have an ending, I guess. I'm in the mood for games that end. I'm not trying to add that type of shit to my plate right now. I know. I'm being gate kept from using certain. My speech is being gate kept. So I gotta be. I know. I gotta be careful. I don't want to trigger anybody. I know people get triggered around here, so I want to avoid that. Expedition 33 has an ending. I was thinking about it. I was thinking about it. I looked at both Nine Kings and Peglin. I know I've seen, but neither of them really looked that interesting to me. I don't know. Peglin especially was like good. Peglin especially was like I don't know the Peggle type beat. Peggle it being a Peggle like a pachinko like. I don't know. That's not my thing. You got into Peglin, the user was like, really? That seems like a stretch. I'm not sure how that would be. I didn't mean to fade that out like that so quickly. I'm not really sure how that would work. There will be a pachinko type minigame? Okay. As long as it's literally pachinko. As long as the pachinko type minigame is a pachinko machine that you can build and then play pachinko on. And that's literally all it is. You should have to keep people entertained in that game. When you're managing your little dudes and dudettes and others, you should have to keep them entertained. But only after you introduce entertainment. When you don't really have any way to entertain them, there's no entertainment stat that needs to be met or maintained. But once you introduce it, then they're like, oh shit, that's right. When they don't have any leisure time and they don't have any fun things to do, they don't really think about it. But then when you start introducing it, then it becomes a mechanic. There's a receiver too. Is that like the gun one where there's like a bunch of guns that are really detailed? That was receiver, right? You've been playing Redacted? Okay. I was thinking about getting Expedition 33. Co-op for guns. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, you would probably really like it, Picture, actually. Um, I don't really know what I was about to say. I was about to say something. I don't really remember what it was. It happens fairly often. I did get distracted by the music. I usually use the transition in the music to like focus my attention on the new task before me. So I shouldn't be playing it and then like in the middle of a thought. It doesn't really work. But yeah, this is the same picture we were working on last time. We're gonna be working on it more. I never played Mortal Shell either. I have it. They gave it away for free at some point. So I have it. I could play it, but I have not yet. They made it more metal? Okay. I'll have to check out the trailer. I don't think I saw that. I don't think I knew that that was a thing. Oh yeah, I played the Stellar Blade demo earlier. It was kind of ass. It kind of sucked. I have like I think I just have like really high standards when it comes to action games. I did not like Stellar Blade. It was kind of ripping off Nier Automata to a degree that I was uncomfortable with. And also, it was very Korean. It's like aggressively Korean. And it's I guess big budget Korean video game has a very like it's got a very specific look to it that I don't particularly jive with. And Stellar Blade really had that. Something you've been missing from all the Souls games? Oh, he's just mad? Oh, okay. That's pretty cool. I mean, I think it's like that because like the Souls protagonist is yeah, because they're like undead and they're like supposed to be like a blank slate. They're not supposed to be like a character. You know? What the hell is this? Should I click this? Is this like a phishing link picture? What did you post? Tell me what that is before I click on it. It's just a photo? Okay. Yeah, it's not that. It's not this. This is not what I'm talking about. This would be fine. This would be cool. Stellar Blade does not look like this. I would be okay with that. I both trust picture the most and the least to post links. The most because he's my friend and I know he wouldn't do anything to deliberately fuck with me like that. But also the least because he has, in fact, been thugged before. So his account could be compromised and I wouldn't know. Sure, Bedman. As long as it's not like a dead body, that's fine. I mean, even if it is, you can still show me, but maybe don't post it in the chat. I think I'll get in trouble. As long as what you found isn't like a dead body. Oh. That's definitely a thing. That is definitely a thing. What a ghoulish creature indeed. You ordered... Did you order tea from your girlfriend? I don't know if you're allowed to complain then. I don't know if you're allowed to complain about that. I think when you're complaining that your girlfriend that lives with you who's making tea for you is taking too long, I think you're missing the forest for the trees. You gotta like step back and like consider, you gotta step back and consider, you know, the overall, your overall perspective. There's really nothing in that scenario that warrants complaining about, you know? You could post, yeah, you could. I don't know if I'd want you to do that, but you could do it. Is that 2 straws in that drink? She made it extra good. Oh, see, there you go. See? This is exactly what I'm talking about. I'm gonna tell her that you were complaining that she was taking too long, and now you're not even gonna get any cake. Now you're not even gonna get any cake. You ungrateful little, you know. You know what I want to say. Oh, yeah, also, I regret to inform everybody that I might be playing Dota again. You'll be right back, Venom? Okay. You don't need to bring me any food, that's okay. Devlin is, yeah, I don't know what Devlin is. Too bad? Damn. Somebody, one of my friends posted in our personal Discord today, he's like, I've been dabbling lately, so if anybody wants to play, let me know. And I was like, I'm always down to play. I don't ever play by myself, but if I know people who are playing, I'll play. Making ramen? Okay, finally. Although I guess earlier you said you might make ramen. It wasn't a declarative statement. It was more of a musing. I won't chastise you this time. Nobody should? Is that like the name of a show? Is Devlin a show? Oh yeah. This is why I brought up Stellar Blade earlier. Is it a cognito hazard? Okay. I think it sort of it illuminated something for me that I've been trying to put my finger on for a while that I didn't really realize. It's very important to me that video games feel good to play, especially like an action game. Like they need to have like a certain amount of oomph and like a certain amount of feedback to the hits and things like that. And I think like the more realistic you make a game, you can't exaggerate certain things or make them too cartoony because then it would look weird if everything's like really realistic. But that also means you kind of have to like it's hard to make the hit feedback and things like that feel good because you can't exaggerate it too much. And I feel like Stellar Blade kind of suffers from that problem where everything is like very detailed and realistic looking, but that sort of has a knock-on effect of like making the combat feel weird and sluggish and not very satisfying because it has to be like very fluid, like realistic looking animation and effects. Whereas if it was more stylized, you could get away with making it more like cartoony, which I think inherently makes the action more satisfying. When you're allowed to do wacky shit that you can't get away with if it looks too realistic. At least was partly what I was thinking of. No, I think we do a fair amount of gatekeeping. At least we have. This is a really suspicious screenshot. I don't like this. There's something very sinister about this screenshot. I also don't like how this guy's belt loops are the same size as the amount of belt being shown. Also, this is on Boomerang. This is a Boomerang screenshot. Anybody else remember Boomerang? Ultra Kill tomorrow? Is there like a new update or something coming out? It's not 1.0, is it? Let me know when it's 1.0. Let me know when the campaign is done. All the people in this photo are dead kind of vibe. Yeah, I don't really like keeping up with things like as they're coming out. The only thing I really do that with, I guess, is One Piece. One Piece and I guess Deltarune now. But I wouldn't have done it with Deltarune if I knew that it was Deltarune when it came out. It was a surprise. That does sound pretty good. Do you know what type of tea it is? I'm feeling quite good. You can send me the moon roots on the cord? Okay, yeah. That's good. Actually do that. That'll get me some practice. I'll see if I can read it, and if not, I'll translate it. I'll look up the characters. Wild Mountain Tea. Okay. Dust from the streets of China. I mean, it probably is pretty effective. It's got medicinal properties. The exalted dust of the Emperor. Emperor's Finest. Jade Dust. Chinese people have medicinal properties? Maybe. Ah, okay. The grandkid was named Josuke? Nice. You're gonna make a JoJo reference? Don't do that. Ooh. This is a strange... This is... I think you've posted this before, Stone. Or maybe something very similar to it, and I was like, this is a Pikmin enemy. Whatever this thing is, it's a Pikmin enemy. It looks like a Wollywog. Which apparently they changed the name of in the British version. Or the UK version, because it's really... Because Wollywog is really close to a racist term over there, which I didn't know about. Yeah, they're called Wally Hops in the PAL version. Oh, I didn't read the title. You have to flee. You don't know if I said anything about Ultra Kill. All I said was, is it 1.0? Are they adding new content? Is it 1.0? Is the campaign done yet? Is really all I want to know. Apparently, if you replace the W at the beginning of Wollywog with a G, that's the thing you're not supposed to say. That's a bad thing to say. It's also the name of Billy Wood's new album, which is very good. There's a new... Oh, okay. I see. So they made an announcement of an announcement. Classic move. Classic game developer move. Make the announcement of an announcement. Really? Just on its own? I didn't know that. It isn't over here, I guess. Nobody says that. I mean, I guess it still is over here. We just don't use it. I guess just because we don't say it doesn't make it not a slur. It just isn't. I just don't... I've never heard of that before. As someone who prides themselves on their knowledge of slurs, that one was unfamiliar to me for a very long time. The announcement has been upcoming? Okay. What album? The new one by Billy Woods, who's a very good rapper. He's a very good rap artist. Who I quite like. It's a pretty heavy listen, though, so... It's not easy listening, I'll say. I got some new music I gotta listen to as well. The new Turnstile album came out. The new Planning for Burial album came out. I've been slacking. I've been slacking and I've been snacking. Yeah, it's hard listening. Yeah, I was about to say, you're not really providing... You're providing quite a bit of context, actually. An oldie but a hardie. Oh, it's in like one of the not E3 things that they do now that all suck. I miss when E3 existed and was super bad and awkward. They're not all heavy listens, just, you know, most of them. Just a lot of them. Ramen is good? Good, I'm glad. Alright, no, that was the Game Awards that we watched. That was the Game Awards. That was a great night, but it was also just bizarre. It was probably the weirdest, most awkward Game Awards that's ever existed, and also like we had some sort of like debuff aura around us where nobody was approaching us. Me and Picture did edibles in college and watched the Game Awards on a laptop in like his common room on like the floor of his dorm. We were there for like 2 hours like watching it, and literally we did not see a soul the entire time. I think we saw one group of people walk past in the hallway, and that was it. It was weird. You probably don't like how ramen is made there then, because I don't know if I would describe it as sweet. Real ramen, like actual broth, is like more savory. Yeah, that doesn't sound right. Oh yeah, speaking of album recommendations, I did listen to the new Mastodon album. It was bad. I didn't like it. I forgot to get back to you about that, Pickle, but I did listen to it. I remain unconvinced. I did not like it. Oh no, what do you mean? They've been bad for a while. I've accepted that they're bad now. This is not new information. They've been bad for a long time. You like a couple songs on that album? I think I remember when I was listening to it, I think my overall opinion, I don't even know if I got all the way through it, to be honest. I think my overall opinion was that every song felt like it was half of an idea. Every song felt like they had like one good idea, or like they had one part of the song that was good, and then the rest of it was kind of garbage. It didn't flow very well. Also, I remember they would like switch, like every time it would like switch to a new passage, it didn't like, they didn't really connect, like both between the songs and within each song. It was weird. I don't know. They forgot how to do the progressive part of progressive metal. I mean, they kind of forgot how to do the metal part too, but it felt very undercooked, I guess. Trilby Stone, back in the Trilby era. I didn't know there was one. I'm like, I don't know. I'm in a weird mood tonight. Not weird, good. I had kind of some revelations last night and earlier today. I had kind of some revelations. They were good. Especially last night. I had a fucking weird dream last night. I had a real weird dream last night that was like affecting. I like learned things. It was revelatory in a way. It was weird. They should change the prog from progressive to progressterone. I don't know what that is. Progesterone is used to help prevent changes in the uterus in women who are taking conjugated estrogens after menopause. I think I prefer progressive. I don't agree. Oh, is it? Is that the form that estrogen takes when you take it as like an HRT thing? Apparently, it's also the other thing. It's also what I said. Apparently, it's also the other thing. It's not estrogen. It's one of the forms. Okay, what up, Ewo? So now it's okay. You know what? I think maybe chat teaches Alchemilia chemistry slash uh uh medical stuff. I think I would rather learn about that on my own time. I think maybe that's a topic that I research on my own time. Is that the young stone? Okay. Yeah, don't try to teach me alchemy. I'm not trying to learn alchemy, okay? I mean, I am, but not from you. But also, they already have that. That's already a genre. Just listen to like Uboa or something. They already make that. In an attempt to make me salty. I mean, I'm not being salty. I'm just saying. I just mean it's maybe a little bit too complicated for me to like absorb any real information. I'm gonna have to devote too much brain power to learning, which I can't afford. Yeah, I think I'm good, Pickle. I think I'm good without that. I got my own recipes. I have my own technique. Is this another stone picture? Oh, this is a recent one. Okay. I didn't read the comments. I purposely avoided the context. Or I guess accidentally. I didn't really do it on purpose. I do, Pickle. I do. That's not the type of magic that I practice. I'm more into the druidic forms. I'm more into the nature magic. I'm more into natural remedies as opposed to chemical ones. Is this? No, not that. I don't practice that. Your streamers on. What up, yeah? Don't say that. Something that makes you want to thump your younger self on the head. Do you want to share with the class, or is that for personal? It's just a personal reference. Did you just want to share that you have something you don't want to share? Not much. I'm just doing some drawing. What did I do earlier? I played the Stellar Blade demo. That's really it to note. Like, I was reading Walden as well. I read that was part of the revelation. Is I read a good chapter in Walden that I liked. It was illuminating. You know what? I actually don't want the Philosopher's Stone. I think the value of the Philosopher's Stone is really in making it yourself. You can't just give somebody you can't just give somebody a Philosopher's Stone, otherwise it doesn't mean anything, you know? The whole reason it has any value is because you gotta do the process. You gotta figure it out yourself. You just give somebody a Philosopher's Stone, then it's like, what's even the point? They're not gonna know how to use it properly. They're not gonna have the wisdom necessary to exercise the discretion. You used to make ramen and pour out all the water instead of using it to make broth? Did you just eat the noodles without... What did you do after that? I need to know what the next step in this process is. I need to know what came after that. Did you sprinkle the powder on the... I was about to say, did you just sprinkle the powder on the noodles and eat it like that? I can't imagine that was very good. I can't imagine... Why? It tells you on the... There's like 2 steps on the package, and it tells you exactly what to do. Yeah, New Game Plus, exactly. You can now transmute blood into gold. I don't know if it's blood. I don't know if it's blood that you transmute into gold. You didn't read the packaging. Okay, that's fair. I guess you didn't even look at the packaging to see that it's like a soup that you eat. Doesn't it even say soup base on the packet of powder? You're right. Old you does deserve a thumping. I agree. I feel like there's a funny joke there picture about the... I don't know. I feel like there's something there that's a wizard type joke. There's like a funny, you could do something with that, but I don't know. You'd have to be careful. You got to be careful. I feel like you could very easily fall into like hackneyed territory. Like wizard type shit, but having to deal with wizard type shit, but having to like deal with the modern bullshit that comes with like software and things like that. There's something funny there. There's a funny idea there. There's something there. I don't know what it is. You'd have to be skilled though. Maybe we can incorporate that idea into Trash Wizard. That is a cactus wren. There's many of them. On cactuses. This has to be photoshopped, right? This is like a bunch of... This is like a photo bash. There's no way this is just a picture that somebody took. Good thing you didn't tell a joke. What would you call that then? What would you say? What would you call that? I gotcha. It really is that easy. It really is that easy. I didn't even have to try that hard. I barely said anything. Then again, I don't know if this is really like I don't know if this is really something that needs to be aspired to. I don't know if posting pictures without context is like really a good idea. It's like you don't really need that as a skill, I gotta say. That's not something that needs to be like, it's okay. You'll break. See, this is what I'm talking about. There's potential here. There's potential here. Pirating grimoires off of the deep web. Running unlicensed homebrew rituals on your jailbroken orb. Three D printing wands. Three D printing wands off of stolen STL files that you got from a shady website. Stealing books from a really big spider. No, that's like, so you gotta like, that's like the next layer. That's like what would make the joke good. Is you gotta do stuff like that. Where it's like, you know. You gotta add layers to it. Whatever the wizard internet is. Yeah, I skimped on the materials. My cauldron released toxic fumes into my tower, and now I had to go move back in with my parents for a week while they aired out. I can't afford rent this month on the tower because I had to get my entire study steam cleaned because my 3D printer backfired and I got ectoplasm seeped into the carpet. The landlord was pissed. "3D printing homunculi out of my flesh printer to do tasks for me." to fetch ingredients for me. This is gonna be the new this is gonna be the new framing device. This is gonna be the new theme of the wizard thing that I was talking about a while ago. The Yume Nikki wizard game thing idea. Yeah, I sent the wrong project file to the imps, and now the dimensions of my torture dungeon are all fucked up. I got way too much space. That is a Star Wars guy. Moralo Evil. That is also a very Star Wars name. Where did Glup Shido come from? That's not a real guy, is it? Is that like the fake one? Glup Shido's not real, is he? You could say that he is, and I would believe you. I know it's a joke about Star Wars. Okay, I know it's a joke about Star Wars names, but I didn't know if it was a real Star Wars guy. It could very easily be real. What shit was Scrimblow Bimblow for Star Wars? I forgot about the Scrimblow Bimblow thing. I forgot about that. I don't know. That's not in my wheelhouse. That's not in my wheelhouse of things that make me giggle. Saying stuff like Scrimblow Bimblow and describing things as scrunkily is not, I don't know. It doesn't tickle my funny bone. It doesn't do it for me. I'm sorry. That's that guy's name? I had no idea. I think we moved on from the wizard jokes, Pickle. I think we're on to new shit. I'm sorry. I think you missed the boat on that one. What do I mean, that guy? I mean that guy, the Star Wars guy. No, I mean that guy. I meant what I said. You just remembered a thing? Good. Anyway, I'll be right back. All right. All right. That just gave me a brilliant idea. I was thinking about how stocks would work in this this world building experiment. This world building thing that we're doing about wizards in the internet age. I was thinking about how stocks would work. The speculative market where they trade futures is literally various oracles and seers predicting what will happen in the future, and then wizards buying and trading stocks based on their predictions, and the value of a particular seer's prophecies go up or down based on how accurate they are. And they're not actually like trading anything. They're just speculating on whether or not the predictions come true. They're not actually like it's gone to the point where like it's like it's I think we could incorporate crypto into this somehow where it's like they're not actually trading anything. They're just buying and selling futures as in the prophecies themselves. Yeah, Merlin's trying to trade pasts. Exactly. There's like ye old wizards who don't really get it. They're not hip. Anyway, let's see if I can open this bottle. I should be able to. There we go. You sure seem to know a lot about Star Wars, Stone. For someone who has proclaimed it to be not very good in the past. I have a bottle of Hess Select Cabernet Sauvignon. It delivers complex layers of black fruit and spice with smooth tannins and well-balanced oak. Awesome. I mean, they do not contradict. I'm not saying they're contradictory, but they're also not complementary. The great emperor was going to be felled by his eldest son, but he was actually felled. He was actually felled by the younger one. I'm fucking out so much money. Are you trying to speak Thai over their picture? What are you saying? What is that supposed to mean? Is that the language of the Orient that you are speaking? Yeah, that's what I said. He was poisoned by the court jester. But I got the wrong type of poison. Anyway, let's see how this is. Let's see if it's got legs. Does it have legs? Not really. Ooh, that does sound good. I do like cake. Is that carrot cake specifically? Is that not a typo? Is that a cutesy way of saying carrot cake? Ooh, that's pretty good. I like the flavor. It's a little bit too acidic for my liking, but it's got good flavor. It's got good flavor. Did I notice the joke of ath? I don't know. I don't get it. I mean, I noticed it, but I don't know what it means. I guess I didn't get it. Did I let it breathe? Oh, I didn't know that. No, I didn't let it breathe. Breathe. I didn't let it breathe. I didn't let it breathe either. Okay. I didn't know that. All right, I guess I'll leave it open then. You know what? I'll leave it open and I will go put it all the way over there so I don't accidentally knock it over. I'll leave it open all the way on the other side of the room. There we go. Tilde ass. I don't know. I still don't get it. I mean, I get that that's a tilde. I still don't get it. Is it supposed to sound like till death? Is that the joke? I don't know. I I don't know about that one. You can't see the face I'm making right now, but it's not a good one. I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure. I remain unconvinced. Little did I know what. That's a chair. That's a really depressing looking chair. That's not my favorite chair in the world, I gotta say. I don't know what my favorite chair in the world is, but it's not that one. They're both Homestuck references? God damn. So do you not have carrot cake? Was that purely for the reference that I don't even get? Oh my god. You're taking it too far over there. You're taking it too far over there, lady. You gotta calm down. This is too much. If the goal is to make me want to read Homestuck, I think you just undid a lot of progress. Maybe not a lot of progress, but some amount of progress on that goal. That one's not Homestuck? Okay. I don't know what that one is from. Whatever it might be. This is like, I'm not quite accurate here to what I drew. That's from Jailbreak? Okay. What's the other one? Problem Sleuth? I've heard good things about Problem Sleuth. People like Problem Sleuth. I don't know, these fingers are too big. Or maybe they're not too big. I just need to actually draw them the size that I initially drew them. Not so sure about Bard Quest. I don't even know what that one is. You were so close, Stone. You were so close. Yeah, I can taste the acidity going away. It's definitely less than it was, for sure, even just a few minutes ago. Also, you posted that joke image about that joke image with the Deltarune chapter select with a bunch of extra shit added to it. I kind of think that might happen. That might not even end up being a joke. Based on how the most recent chapters went, that might actually end up like being a thing. Not to that degree, but there's one very suspicious thing on the chapter select screen that makes me think. Actually, there's two very suspicious things on the chapter select screen that make me think that might actually end up happening. Yeah, there's some weird stuff on the chapter select screen that definitely makes it seem like there's either going to be more than 7 chapters in the end, or the next 5, 6, and 7 are going to be significantly longer than the first 4. Top seeded Central Connecticut. Wow, they won. That's crazy. There also seems to be an entirely separate route developing in the game. There also appears to be an entirely separate route that you can take that we obviously don't know the full implications of or how far it diverges, but we'll see. We'll find out, I guess. Yeah, exactly. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, and there might be even more secret stuff that hasn't been found yet because the game only came out like a few days ago. I think it took a while for the alternate route to be found in chapter 2. I don't remember how long, but it wasn't like people didn't find it right away. I think it took a while for it to be discovered. So there might be more stuff like that that hasn't been found yet, but I don't know. I want to add some more details to this book, so I don't think I'm going to do it right now. I got to think about that for a little bit. Oh yeah, that's right. I also extended the canvas a little bit so I could draw the bag of I could draw the bag of snacks. So we gotta extend. We have to extend this nice young lady's legs. Yeah, on the chapter select screen, there's like they just added it with chapters 3 and 4, but so far, whenever you beat the optional boss, whenever you do the optional thing of the chapter, you get an item called a Shadow Crystal. And the game keeps track of how many you have across save files. Like, once you get it on one save file, you don't have to beat the secret boss or the optional boss again on another save file. You can just get the Shadow Crystal. And on the chapter select screen, they added something that keeps track of which Shadow Crystals you have. And there's 9 slots, not 7. So far, there's only been 1 Shadow Crystal per chapter, but there's 9 spots for getting them on the chapter select. So there's either going to be more than 1 per chapter coming up, which means they would have to be longer or have a lot more in them, or there's going to be more chapters, or you're going to have to go back and do weird shit in previous chapters to get secret ones or something. I don't know. It's weird. You only get 1 per chapter so far, but now there's 9 slots on the chapter select screen, so that's weird. And there's also a little golden star that shows up next to the chapter when you beat it. But on my save file, there's a golden star next to all the chapters I beat, and then there's a black star next to chapter 1, and I don't know what that means. I don't know what the black star means. So, I don't know. It seems like there's going to be more. There's more to it than just the 7 chapters. God's gift to the Yowies. No, they're called Fujoshis. The people who are really into Yaoi are called Fujoshi. Just put some siren mess in there? I don't know what that means. Do you mean forbidden siren? I played that game. That was one of the first games I streamed on the channel. Was the PS3 Siren game. What is it? Siren Blood Curse? That game was kind of shitty, but interesting. It was kind of bad, but I liked it. You're referencing? I figured you were. Black star is a gravitational object composed of matter. Alright, that's like one of the least descriptive descriptions I've ever seen. It's a gravitational object composed of matter. A lot of things are that. So it's like kind of a black hole. Okay. Fuzzball, in parentheses, string theory. Hypothetical objects in superstring theory, intended to provide a fully quantum description of the black holes predicted by general relativity. Sure. Okay, you know what? This is also something that we don't learn on stream. Is string theory. Is that what you were talking about? I don't really know much about Siren other than that one game I played. They should put the Ghostbusters 2 MMORPG in Deltarune. They might. They already put another game in Deltarune. That's what Deltarune Chapter 3 is it has a different game inside of it that you play. So they might do that. It could happen. That's not outside of the realm of possibility. Games within games seems like it's going to be a recurring theme in the story, so that might actually happen. If we were gonna do a Millie learns string theory stream, I think we might have to make that its own. That's got to be its own thing. That could be a series of streams. Millie learns. Except we'll have to come up with a better title than that because that's not very catchy. Do I know what year the name Vanessa was invented? 1862. They should make Betty Crocker a major antagonist. As of Chapter 4, Among Us is canon to the Deltarune universe, so maybe. That is also something that could happen. That is not out of the realm of possibility. That could happen. Which was the one that said the N-word? It was probably all of them. Not Betty Crocker. Who's the fat southern one? Again, probably a lot of them. Why can't I think of her name? She got caught being really racist. Amogus. Roughly 1708 and 1713. So nobody knows what year it happened. We just have a guess. I looked up what character this, or what language that character's from. Sundanese, I believe. It's a very cool looking language. I believe that's the Sundanese script. Oh no, it's Sinhala. No, this isn't the one that I found. Maybe there's multiple. Maybe it's in multiple languages. No, it's not Sundanese. Sundanese is a very cool looking language though. I guess it is Sinhala. Also a cool looking language. Yeah, it's Sinhala. I saw that Jonathan. That's when Jonathan Swift met Esther Van Homerig. But how did that lead to the name Vanessa? Van Esther. It's a nickname for. Oh, okay. I just got really tired. I'm sorry. I'm fading quickly over here. I lost a lot of energy. I don't know what happened. Oh, I do know what happened. I actually know exactly what happened. I went to bed earlier than usual last night. I went to bed early, a little earlier than usual last night, and I was like, "Oh boy, I'm gonna get some good night's sleep tonight. I'm so glad." And then I was awake in bed for like 3 hours. And then I didn't fall asleep for like 3 hours. And I barely got any sleep last night. And I was like, this is awesome. I'm really glad. Never mind. I guess I know exactly what happened. I take it back. But yeah, I also watched that movie I was talking about a while ago. I watched Havoc with Tom Hardy. Don't watch that movie. It was maybe one of the worst movies I've ever seen. Granted, I didn't think it was going to be good. I didn't think it was going to be like a good movie, but I thought it would be at least entertaining. It was really bad. All I wanted out of it was some cool and fun action scenes. It didn't even have that. The action scenes were horrible. It had two action scenes, and one of them was kind of good, but it was also very generic. And then the second one was just awful. It only had two action scenes. I feel like it breaks the rule. You need at least three. You need your opening incident, you need your middle confrontation, and then you need your climax. You need your final explosive scene that the entire movie's been building up to. It didn't even have that. And the final action scene, like, wasn't even cool. It was just like a lot of people shooting each other, but like not in cool or creative ways. The movie was also like hideously ugly. It's a hideously ugly film. They use a lot of digital effects and like compositing and like gross fake looking like digital camera movements. It was awful. It looks horrible. I guess now that I think about it, the I guess the opening was like a car chase, but it was like all CGI. It was like all CGI cars and like backdrop, and it was like super gross and fake looking. So it didn't even like register to me that that it was supposed to be like exciting or cool. What is the question mark for? I was talking about the movie Havoc. I watched the movie Havoc with Tom Hardy. It was really bad. Don't watch it. It's gross. I wanted it to be at least entertaining, but it was not. Just watch The Raid instead. It's probably also the music. I wanted a little bit more chill. I wanted to chill out a little bit, but I think I chilled out too much. I think I got too chill. The official. Are you okay over there, Grinner? What happened? What's going on? I know. I was shocked. I didn't think it was gonna be. The movie looks like horrible. It's really weird. There was one really funny part though. In the first major action scene, they're in like a club, and like one of the characters is like she's like a spicy Latina runaway, but she's like just supposed to be like a normal like girl. Like she's not like anybody crazy special or anything like that. Like I guess she's established to be like some sort of criminal, but she's just like a normal like I don't know, young adult. And then as soon as the action scene in the club starts, she's like annihilating people and doing like sick moves and like chopping people up and doing like crazy shit. She enters like action mode and just starts like fucking people up super easily. It's very funny because it comes out of nowhere and makes like no sense. I don't know, so much of that movie was so misguided. The plot was also like weirdly hard to follow for no reason. All the characters suck and the plot doesn't matter, but it was also like weirdly confusing and overcomplicated for no discernible reason. Hello, Seamus. I don't know what that sentence is supposed to mean, but what up? You said free Palestine at the end, so I'm going to assume that you're saying something relatively non-offensive. That's another one. Alchemilia gets educated. Alchemilia gets educated about current real-world political events. Probably not something we attempt to tackle live on stream. Have you ever seen such a Sweet Girl with Jason Momoa? I have not. What up, Faraday? How's it going? I don't know what that is. Is this a good movie? Is this a movie I should watch? When do you ever say anything offensive? Fairly often. Maybe not offensive, but at least controversial. At least designed to get a reaction. Maybe not always controversial, but definitely designed to inflame emotions. Art is meant to be controversial. Your chat messages are not considered art. I'm sorry. You don't get to use the art defense on the things that you type in my chat. I'm sorry, but you've not earned that. Whatever goes on in the chat is not considered art. And you don't get to argue that point either. This isn't my opinion, it's a declarative, objective statement. It's hilarious. It's like okay. It's probably just Matt as a movie. All right, I'll put it on the maybe watch list. I don't know if it gets a spot on the watch list, but it gets a spot on the speculative watch list. That movie also had lots of digital blood effects, which I hate. I do not like digital blood effects. Squibs can't be that hard to use. Even like the shittiest B movies from like 50 years ago knew how to use squibs. There's no excuse. Digital Blood Effect would be a cool band name. I think the Squibs would be a better band name. Or maybe just Squib. I'd rather listen to the Squibs. No? Okay. You may have a different idea of what a squib is. Why? What's the alternative definition of a squib? I've never heard it used in any other context. No, it's not that. It's not that. You're entirely sure what squib is referring to? A squib is like a little blood packet that blows up. Like, you know when somebody gets shot in a movie and there's like that little, there's that blood splurt that comes out, like the little puff and the blood splurt that comes out? That's what a squib is it's the little blood packet that blows up to make it look like somebody got shot or like had an injury or something. That's what a squib is as far as, you know, practical movie making effects go. I'm not sure whatever weird sex thing you're referring to squib also might mean, but when I talk about squibs, that's what I mean. It's a variety of gun jam where the bullet gets wedged partway down the barrel. I've never heard that term before. We need to get Picture back in here. Maybe he knows what you're talking about. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was just describing. That's what I mean. That was such a unique. I mean, I feel like I don't know. Do people not know what squibs are? Is that really such a? Is that really such a an inside baseball filmmaking term? Never really? I mean I okay, I guess this is just another moment of me being out of touch and not knowing. A squib load, also known as a squib round, pop and no kick, or just a squib. I see. Pop and no kick. Not really a band name, but definitely a good song name. Apparently, a squib is also just like a tiny explosive. A squib just generally also means a very tiny little explosive. I know the blood squibs. I didn't know that it was just that it just in general was a little thing that blows up. But I guess now I know. I just saw the picture that you posted. I literally just saw that. So I'm not going to click on it because I already know what it is. Oh, I am getting sleepy. No, I don't want to be sleepy. I want to be exciting. I want to be exciting and entertaining, not sleepy. Do I want to be the loud equals funny tuber? I actually don't want to be that. I personally don't subscribe to the idea that loud equals funny. That's another thing that doesn't tickle my funny bone. My pickle does not get tickled by loud noises. Unfortunately. I can't argue that. Another unassailable statement. Loud does in fact equal loud. This is my favorite song on the album, by the way. This is a great song. Count my blessings. Is it a blessing to be sleepy? I guess. I don't know. I'm not exactly sure what my exact appeal is as a streamer, but it's definitely not me being loud. The amount of stimulation you receive from the stream is probably less than average. Please do not prank me while I'm asleep. I do not wish to be pranked. My sleep is sacred. Okay? I need it. I really need it, and I don't get enough of it. I actually usually get too much of it, honestly. I get non-restful sleep. I don't know. I was never a huge Jim Carrey fan. I gotta confess. Jim Carrey never really did it for me. I know that you told me to warn you before I voice bad opinions, but I don't know, it's never really my thing. Shut up. You're trying to approach this from too many angles, Seamus. It's not working. You can't maintain that we're somehow both. You can't maintain that we're somehow close friends who went to school together, and also I'm way younger than you. It doesn't make sense. The timeline doesn't work out. You gotta pick one and stick to it. You gotta pick and stick. Confirm or deny one of the timelines? Shit, I've walked right into the trap. I should have considered my options more carefully. I don't know, Slamus could also work if they had a lot of girl power. If Sheamus had a lot of girl power, then they could also be considered Slamus. Ow, my eyeball. I guess he probably did say that. I don't know, he might be too hardcore to say that. He might be too cool for school. Maybe he didn't say that. I am caught up. I did read the most recent chapter. It was pretty cool. I feel like there's not really much to comment on besides that. One Piece is good and cool, and I like it. And it remains good and cool. Yeah, I kind of didn't expect that. I didn't expect him to get another. I didn't expect him to get like a normal looking design or a more normal looking design. But I can't say I don't like it. I think I would have preferred if he just remained a goofy weirdo the whole time, but I do like his more normal looking form. I forgot to do this. I forgot to do the X eyes. Oh, I guess I do still have quite a bit to. I still have quite a bit to do before I get to the couch background, which I looked up, like ornate-looking, like old-timey antique couches. They were pretty fancy. They were way fancier than I was ready to give them credit for. I'm very not good at backgrounds and things like that. I don't really, I don't know, I don't really do them very well. I feel like I got to invest more time into practicing that type of stuff. The Temple of Missed Opportunities and Regret was sealed shut forever yesterday? Is that good or bad? Does that mean that we don't get to regret or worry about missed opportunities anymore? Or does it mean that we have nowhere to go to properly lay them to rest and give them their due reverence? Is that good or bad for us? No, the Torchiverse is in a completely alternate reality. It doesn't have any analog to the real world. There's a very tiny errant line right here. Hold on. We got to eliminate this. There we go. Never let me zoom in that far ever again. I can't go. I guess you're right. I wasn't really making use of it. I wasn't making use of it up until this point, so I suppose it doesn't really make a difference to me. I wasn't really making use of the temple, so I suppose materially it doesn't really matter. I didn't even know that existed until just now, so... I was about to say, surely we will finish the line art tonight, but I have exactly zero faith that that will happen, so I'm not gonna say that. I don't actually think that's gonna happen, so... You getting more work done on spriting? That's good. I should do the same, but I haven't been. That's good. I don't know. I've been thinking a lot about the stream lately. I've been thinking a lot about the stream lately. It was briefly mentioned, but I have been thinking a lot about the type of streamer that I am and the type of streamer that I want to be. Just about the type of person I want to be in general, I guess. I feel like I might be entering another contemplative mood, but not in the intensely contemplative way that I usually do. It's more hopeful, I guess. Or it's more, I don't know, objective. Like I've taken a bit of a step back, you know, to consider. To consider my options. My place in the universe. I don't know, that dream I had last night was really weird. It was very affecting, honestly. I don't have those often. I do remember my dreams pretty often, but I don't like. Usually they feel like they don't mean very much. There's not a lot to get out of them, but this one was like very, I don't know. It felt important. You might have Ludwig looking away sometime within the next decade. I think you can do it. I believe. I think it's possible. If you really set your mind to it. If you really think about, if you really focus your energy, I think you can do it. This is going to be me, by the way. This is going to be me after the stream, I feel like. This is what I'm going to get up to once the stream is over. There's the problem. No, don't make it a don't let it be a problem. You can do it. Positivity. This is the positivity stream now. I'm a positivity streamer. I positively affirm things, I guess. That was really not convincing. That was maybe the least convincing way I could have said that, but it's true. It's true, I swear. It's real. I'm not making it up. It's real. No, don't doubt. You're not supposed to doubt. If I'm going to be positive, you also have to be positive about me being positive. It's a vicious cycle, but not vicious. It's a good cycle. What's the good version of vicious? What's a word for vicious but like positive? I can't think of one, but there's gotta be one. You gotta say like, you gotta be like, you can do it, Alchemilius, so then I can be like, you're right. I can do it, which means you can do it. It's a feedback loop, but a good one. It's a positive feedback loop, you know? A category 6 cunt quake in Computer City has left my haters dead and shit. I don't know, that might be toxic positivity. I don't want anybody to be dead and shit. We don't want that. We want to convert the haters. We don't want to kill them. We want to convert the haters. We don't want them to die. Quote directly from P-Jack. Wasn't that the person that you said was like a example of so the P was it, didn't you want me to take the P-Jack challenge, which involved me like ruining my life or something? This is not helping. None of you are helping. This isn't working. Empathic? I guess, yeah, I guess so. That's probably the closest you could get. That's pretty close. It's an empathetic cycle. It's the cycle of empathy. Okay? That's what I'm trying to get at. You're supposed to be encouraging me. Don't you want me to be positive? Don't you want me to be a positivity streamer? You're not supposed to be encouraging me to be a hater. I don't want to give in to the Satsui no Hado. You can't do this to me. See? There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you. Now we're on the same page here. No, that's not. Uh, we gotta work on this. I think I might have to lead by example. That's my mistake. I'm trying to rely too much. I'm trying to rely too much on other people. I gotta lead by example here, I feel like. This isn't working. It's not working for me. This isn't working for me. I'm sorry. I gotta rethink my approach here. I gotta reconsider my options. I gotta rethink my overall strategy. Anyway, I'll be back in a few minutes. All right. All right. No, I can't start doing the colon 3 face. I don't think that's gonna I don't think that's my style. I don't think that's gonna work for me. I'm not that kind of furry. It doesn't that would be forced. That would be too forced, I feel. I don't think that would work. We're aiming for genuine positivity here, okay? We're aiming for genuine improvement. I don't think that's really my style. I think it's a dip too far in the other direction. Yeah, no, I can't. I can't be doing that. I'm sorry. It's just not me. It's just not me. Maybe in a different timeline, maybe in a different life, it could have been possible, but I'd have to reset my skill tree if I wanted to do that. I'd have to respec my entire character sheet. The stat spread, it's just not. It just doesn't work. When will Alk come back? What do you mean? I'm right here. What are you talking about? I've been here the entire time. I've been here the whole time. It hasn't been that long. It's been like a few minutes. Do you need to see my shining bright face that badly? Do you need to see my tired eyes and slight frown that badly? What happens when you call 991? What is that? Is that like animal control? Is that gonna get me like grabbed and thrown into a sack and taken to a rehabilitation center? Is that gonna get me black bagged? Oh, I see. That is one of my favorite genres of videos these days. Not people getting their bowels checked, but bats that have been taken in by animal control and then wrapped up in a blanket and given like a banana or something. There's a lot of videos of fruit bats wrapped up in blankets being uh, given various fruits to eat. It's very cute. Are you okay over there, Grinner? That doesn't seem good. I'm worried about that. Oh, I was thinking of 199. Oh, I see. What about 919? What does that get you? Don't answer that question. It's not going to be funny. Whatever you do, don't answer that question. It's not going to be worth it. I regret asking it. I was gonna say police was already skirting the line, but it's honestly way over the line. It's like really bad. You've succumbed to premium brain rot. Making AI vlogs of the what do you I don't even stop saying things. This is making me really not positive. No, don't be racist. This is making me really not positive. I'm not positive about any of these things. I have to check the Discord. You can't just tell me? Okay. Oh, well, there's Starscream getting obliterated and Optimus Prime dying. There's a lot of yeah, there's a bat eating that banana. That's what I was talking about. That's a prime example of what I was talking about. No, I told you not to say that. That's exactly what I told you not to do, Yak. That's the opposite of what I wanted. That is almost the exact opposite of what I was hoping would happen. See, I always assumed that the 100 guys versus one gorilla was like the guy. I assumed it was unarmed combat on both sides. I always, when people say things like that, I always assume that it's unarmed combat on both sides. Because it's like if it's 100 guys versus one gorilla and like equipment is allowed, the gorilla gets like a stick and the guys get like, I don't know, like drones. Like if humans are allowed to use whatever they're allowed, like if they're allowed to use technology, then it's like I guess the gorilla gets blown up by a drone from like the stratosphere, which I feel like kind of defeats the purpose of the hypothetical. If the 100 people are allowed to like use armaments, then there's not even a point to the question. I'm really wonder. I think that if it was 100 unarmed people versus a gorilla, I think the gorilla might win. Cause like I'm thinking about it, like, would it be possible for like an individual human to like even damage a gorilla? Like if it was one person versus a gorilla, would it even be possible for the unarmed person to like would they even be able to harm the gorilla in any like significant fashion? I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know if numbers make a difference. Like you could throw 100 rocks at a tank, and I don't know if that would really make a difference to the tank unless you got like super lucky. I feel like it might be the same with like 100 people versus a gorilla. I don't know if an individual, I don't know if an unarmed person could realistically deal like any damage to a gorilla. Hello, Bedman. What's going on? Don't freak out. Don't gnaw at the desk. That's not good for you. That's bad for your teeth. Sure, why not? I would also like to send a personal thank you to everybody in the chat. Naturally, it was Yak that brought it up first, but I would like to send a personal thank you to everybody that it took this long for the 100 people versus a gorilla thing to be mentioned here. I was kind of hoping that we would like that it would just like completely pass me by and it would never be brought up in the chat and I'd never have to seriously answer it. But I guess maybe that was too much wishful thinking. But it took a long time. It took a really, really long time, and I honestly appreciate that. You have strong teeth? Not for long. Not if you keep chewing at desks. That's not exactly what I meant by that, yeah. That's not exactly what I meant when I said that, but no, if it was a Bedman with a question mark. If it was a Bedman with a question mark, then it would be a Strive reference. I don't I don't hate anything related to Strive, and I don't hate Bedman. The character or the chat member. The character or the oogler. You're Alk's secret sexy twin. You're, first of all, you're not. And second of all, also, would you believe me if I told you that I've already designed that character? Would you believe me if I told you that I already made up my own sexy twin as its own separate character design? I never finished it, but that was an idea that I had that I was working on. That's already a character that I have in the back pocket. That would be one of my alternate personae. I keep entertaining the idea of streaming as different characters, and that could be one of them. You came up with a wonderful character out of nowhere? You did? That's good. What was it? Are we allowed to know? You've never finished? Never finished what? A sentient chair that speaks beatbox. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. And also, again, it could probably, that probably will happen in Deltarune at some point. Yeah, chairman. The chairman. The chairman of the board. Am I always Alk, or is the channel changing to Alchemiliaverse? The channel name is going to stay as this for as long as possible. I don't plan on changing it. I don't think that I don't think that would happen enough. I don't think that would happen frequently enough for me to change the entire name of the channel. I don't think Florida has... They haven't banned Discord, have they? They just banned gooning, right? Ooh. That's pretty cool. Is this part of the mech, or is it a different idea? It looks similar. It looks pretty similar. It's a different idea? Okay. Apparently, Florida also recently banned psilocybin mushroom spores, despite the fact that that psilocybin containing mushrooms grow naturally in Florida, and the spores are just like in the air. So you could technically get arrested for just walking around in Florida. The spores are just in the air and could like stick to anything and like be on your property or like land on your clothes. So if the police decided to check for them, you could just like be arrested for having them, which is very funny. Yeah, they're not allowed despite the fact that they just grow naturally in Florida. They're just like around. It's kind of like they banned grass. No, I'm not going to be rebranding. I'm not going to be rebranding. No, the spores are also banned in Georgia. The spores are also banned in Georgia. But I don't know if they grow naturally there. Renaline is a good Renaline. You got to put an accent mark on the end. Renaline is good. I don't see. I don't know if I could ever do a rebrand either because like I feel I was very inspired when I came up with the name Alchemilia Petrichor. I've never been able to come up with a better one than that. It's still my favorite. I'm telling you, I denied myself. I denied that I was Alchemilia for a long time, but it was always meant to be. Yes, Bedman? What's up? Take a bite? Is this the food that was mentioned like 5 hours ago? That does look pretty good. That does look pretty good. I wouldn't mind. I am a little hungry now. I am feeling a little peckish. Take a little nibble? I did. It's tasty. I kind of want a burger now, though. But I don't have the means to get one. You might sleep? Alright. Hopefully you get some good rest. Well, this one's pretty... This one's kind of long, so I don't know if... I don't know how long that might take. It might take a while before we get to a calmer album. You made smash burgers, should I? See, I'm not like super into smash burgers. I gotta try making some myself. I like a nice thick burger though. I prefer a thick burger as opposed to a smash burger. I like a nice thick patty. I should draw Spit and Shine eating a burger. That should be one of the mini games that you have to do. You gotta make burgers. You gotta stack burgers. We can add that to the design document. That's true. I guess a smash burger it's the great equalizer when it comes to beef. It doesn't need to be very high quality beef as long as you smash it. But I like rare meats. I like rare pink meat. You don't get that with a smash burger. Now this is definitely a thick finger, but I'm okay with that. This is a meaty finger, but that's fine. Definitely a different vibe. Yeah. I feel like with a smash burger you need good condiments. A smash burger carries condiments better. If you got good toppings. I think I might, I don't know. I'm a big I'm a big egg fan. I'm a big egg on a burger fan. I don't know if anybody else agrees with me, but I like a nice egg on my burger. How long have I been streaming for? Oh, we're just hitting the 3-hour mark now? Okay, good. But yeah, I know, it's really good. You've never considered it? Yeah, eggs with a runny yolk on a burger is like top tier. If you've never had it, I highly recommend it. It's actually really good. I mean, I like eggs in general, but like I like eggs a lot in general, so that might color my opinion a little bit, but an egg on a burger is like I recommend trying it. It's really good. Especially yeah, if it's sunny side up and it's got that nice runny yolk. There's a place where I used to live in Connecticut. I loved Little Pub. There's a restaurant called Little Pub. They had lots of good food, but their burgers were great. I feel like there's not very many good burger restaurants around where I'm at. There's not so many like I feel like there's not really a good place to get. There's not a good burger spot near me. At least I feel like I was spoiled for choice where I used to live, and now I don't have too many options when it comes to burgers. An overcomplicated and deconstructed meatball in a bun with cheese. You mean a burger? I mean, I guess a meatball is just a ball of meat, and a burger is just a flat patty of meat. So like, I don't know. It's technically right. Again, another statement that I think is technically true, but not really. Oh, because you mean you put an egg, you mix an egg into. Yeah, I guess you're right. I don't know. It's pretty different. That's also another. That could be another really outdated joke. Is like a fancy cuisine joke of like the really fancy deconstructed meatball. Like the deconstructed meatball is just like a plate of like steak tartare with a raw egg in it. The joke of the fancy restaurant that makes dumb food. They serve deconstructed food where it's just the ingredients of the food that haven't been cooked. And you pay a premium price for it. The chef doesn't actually cook the meal. They just put the ingredients on a plate and you eat it like that. That's a joke that would work in a movie from like, I don't know, like 20 years ago, 30 years ago. I think we could make it work if we really tried, but you'd have to be really you'd have to be really tactful about it. There was kind of a movie about that that I heard was, I think it was divisive. I don't know if it was good. I think it was divisive. What was it called? I think it was just called The Menu. Yeah, The Menu. I kind of want to watch this movie. I heard some people really liked it and some people really didn't like it, but I'm kind of interested. Oh yeah, I gotta watch Pig again. If y'all haven't seen Pig, it's a great movie starring Nicolas Cage. Actually, a fantastic movie. There's gonna be a Death Stranding movie directed by the guy who directed Pig. No, no, don't let that happen. Ah, shit. Ah, fuck. No, please let that be canceled. And Ari Aster is producing it. Please don't let that movie be made. Please, for the love of God, don't let that movie come out. Oh no. When are we doing Discord movie nights? I'm still considering it. I'm still entertaining the idea. The movie's 90% walking? No, it's not going to be the fun gameplay part of the game. It's going to be the shitty cutscene part of the game. The movie of Death Stranding is going to be only the bad parts of the game, not the good parts. I don't know. That's one thing I've been struggling with a lot when I was talking about what kind of streamer I want to be, what kind of streamer I am, and what kind of streamer I want to be. I'm a very solitary person, I've come to realize, when I'm not on the air. Like, I like the idea of doing Discord movie nights, but I don't know if I actually want to do that. I've been trying to branch out and be more social and socialize more in my day-to-day life. But I don't know if I actually want to do that. I don't know if I actually like it. I don't really think I do. I think I just prefer solitude. I don't want people to think I'm like some cold, callous, uncaring person, but I think I just prefer to be alone most of the time. I don't know. It's weird. It was like yesterday. when I talked about like I want to get like a D&D group going, and like some of the people were like, some of the people in chat were like, well, I mean, if you're recruiting chat members, like I would play, and like a couple people said that, and I was like, I thought about it, and it's like that's like really nice and cool, and it sounds like fun, but like I don't know if I actually want to do that. I don't know. The more I thought about it, I was like, I don't know. It's weird. It's really hard for me to figure out. I struggle with this a lot. I wonder if they'll get the monster branding back for the movie. That would definitely help pay for it. Also, apparently Ari Aster had a new movie come out this year. What is it called? Eddington. Ari Aster apparently has a new movie out. Oh, it said during COVID. That's part of the plot. Ari Aster directed Hereditary and Midsommar, and I like those movies. I actually like Hereditary a lot. And then he released a movie called Beau is Afraid. Beau is Afraid was so bad, it made me retroactively not like his other films. Beau is Afraid is the only movie I've ever watched that was so bad, it made me retroactively not enjoy the director's other movies that came out earlier. It was so bad, I really thought to myself, maybe I was wrong. I was probably wrong to like this guy's other movies. I've never experienced that before, but I don't think I can recommend them. Knowing that those films are what allowed Beau is Afraid to be produced is like, I can't get on board with it. I think we might also be entering the portion of the stream where I just pretend to do art as opposed to actually doing art. I do actually like that I made this image. I was just gonna do this as like a jokey, like quick illustration, and it ended up like exploding into like a much longer term project than I was expecting. But I did have to design the couch. Designing the couch was like the most illuminating element of this whole illustration. Because I realized that like old-timey like Victorian furniture is like really fancy and has like a lot of accoutrements to it. And so I had to think, what is like seriously going to be the aesthetic of the furniture in this game? That's like actually really important to the visual design overall. So I had to think about it. I gotta devote more time to that. I think I'm like, I think I'm approaching something with this picture. It's an angle that I had not previously really thought about, which I definitely should have, but reading the plot synopsis to what? Beau is afraid? Don't. Don't. I tried to warn you. I tried to warn you. It's like the worst movie I've ever seen in my life. Don't. Leading to the French elegance of 1700s bourgeoisie. It tie into the main theme. Well, it also has to tie into like it's supposed to be like a haunted mansion, so it's gotta carry that aesthetic as well. I'm also wondering if I should make the mistress, if I should make the lady of the house also a cat girl, and that's why she's employed Spit and Shine and likes them so much. She's a secret cat girl, and her cat ear. I already have an idea of what her design is gonna look like, but I'm wondering if she should also be a cat girl. I don't know. You have to say? What do you have to say? And what are you humming about, Bedman? That's a big hmm. Stop. Stop it. Just say things. Don't allude to things. Just say things. Does the ghost of Marie Antoinette mean nothing to me? I mean, not really. It kind of doesn't really mean anything to me. To be perfectly honest with you. TBPH fam, it kind of doesn't. Think about your chair idea from earlier and Mistress Lady? Okay. Despite being a tragic comedy, its sophistry reads a lot like the Greasy Strangler, except not funny. That is probably Beau is Afraid's most criminal sin. At least for me. It really thinks it's funny. It's deathly unfunny. It wants to be funny. It is not funny. Not even close to being funny. It's like satire written by an idiot. I mean, I don't want to be like too mean, but that movie fucking sucks. It's like satire written by the stupidest person to ever live. I cannot express how much I despise that movie. I think it's also because it's like trying to do the type of shit that I think it's like trying to do my type of humor but failing to a spectacular degree. It's like trying to do the type of shit that I would think is funny but not even approaching levels of competency. I need to like rethink these lines here. Hold on. What is this? Crotch connoisseur? I don't know. Normally I would say what's up. I feel like this might be a troll. I feel like this might be the type of thing where you type one message in the chat that you think is funny, but it isn't funny, and then you never type anything ever again. Just based on the first sentence, I'm not very hopeful about reading this chat message out loud. I think this might be a troll attempt. I'm not too confident in the integrity of this first time chat. I'm gonna give it a shot. I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt, but it's not inspiring confidence. Anyway, if you cheated on your girlfriend with another girl, you're walking home with the girl you're cheating with, and so the girl you're cheating on comes and tries to run over the girl you're cheating with, but misses her and hits you instead, getting you hospitalized with broken hands and hips. Do you think this is justified? No. Let me lay out my reasoning. You should never cheat on anybody. This is already a difficult position to put myself in because, first of all, in this situation, I not only have a girlfriend, but I also have another girl that's interested in cheating on said girlfriend with me. That's like a big ask. That's like a huge amount of like, that's already a difficult proposition for me to imagine that I would even be in a situation like that. I would never cheat on anybody because cheating is wrong. I think in that situation, I do deserve to be punished. But also, I don't think that the person being cheated on has the right to attempt to run anybody over. And also, she's running, her target is not the person who's at fault here. I'm the person at fault. Everybody in this situation is wrong. This is like one of those questions that it's not even worth answering because there's nothing about it is correct. Everything about it is wrong. Nothing about it is good. There's really no point in thinking about it because it's so far out of the realm of any sort of moral dilemma worth entertaining. Sounds like you're victim blaming. Yeah, I was about to say, is this you, Seamus? Is this like, did you literally just make a new alt account to ask this stupid hypothetical? I don't know. You need to apply yourself, crotch connoisseur. I feel like you can do better than this. That's not even like... Did you really make a new account just to ask that question to a random person's chat? I don't know. I don't like anything about this. That's not even that fucked up of a question. What should you apply yourself to? I think number one, sending better chat messages. That's an easy goal, I think. But also probably like, I don't know, like charity work, I think would probably be good for you. I think doing some charity work might be helpful. Thinking of better hypotheticals. I don't know. I think you can do better. I think you can do better than that. I've been really mean to chat these past few weeks. I don't know. I don't think I've been really mean to chat in general. That was pretty mean. I did get pretty mean right there, but I think it was deserved. I think that that response was warranted. I mean, the only reason that that message was posted was to get a reaction out of me, which is definitely what happened. Alchemia Petra kill. You thought of a partner for the chair? Oh, all right. The lore is developing. I see. I didn't call Minty uncool and unfunny. I did not do that. You dislike the which new face? Look, I'm not here to bully you. I'm not here to bully anybody. Is it goonable? I mean, maybe. That depends. Do you think it's goonable? Would you goon to this? That's really more of a question of personal preference. I can't answer that for you. You could goon to anything if you set your mind to it. Also, not a better chat message. Not applying yourself. Not much better than the first one. Arguably worse. It's up to subjective taste. Well, of course it is. Everything's up to subjective taste, especially when it comes to gooning. Do you want to hear the idea? Sure. I don't know. Also, the name Crotch Connoisseur and the fact that it's an account that was made today makes me feel like you probably got banned for saying some stupid shit in the past, so you had to make a new account so you could say more stupid shit until you get banned again. Which I could be wrong about that. I don't mean to go so hard on a random viewer who just showed up out of nowhere, but it is pretty fun. It is pretty fun, and also I kind of vaguely feel like you deserve it. So I'm gonna keep doing it, I think. Until I feel like it's not deserved anymore, I'll keep going. It's a crocheted little thing over the back of the chair that talks like a loud cymbal. I don't know if I agree with the choice of voice. I like the idea. I think it would be funnier if the chair was loud and the doily was quiet. The doily was polite and had to constantly apologize for what the chair is saying. There can be a third character that's really loud, but I don't know if I like it for the doily. That's true. I forgot about that. I forgot that the chair beatboxed. Yeah, okay, yeah, see? It's funnier to have, maybe, I don't know. I guess it depends on how you rate it. I guess it depends on how you rate it. A Deltarune things that make you old post. I thought we just decided the other day that Deltarune doesn't count as old. It's less than a decade old, so it doesn't count. Is that possible? No, I've got it wrong? What do you mean? Like the beach that makes you old jokes? I don't know those. I know the movie called Old about the beach that makes you old. I didn't know that this was its own category of joke. I didn't know that this was its own subgenre of joke. I didn't know that was a thing. What are you disappointed about, Seamus? What's the problem here? What is the issue? Oh, okay. Stop it. I gotta open up the Discord again. I've had to open up Discord so many times. I could just leave it open, but like... What is this? I don't know. I guess that is what that comic was about. I guess that is what it was about. I don't know. Where's the joke? Is it supposed to be funny? Am I supposed to laugh at that when I read it? I don't get it. What is the joke? I don't understand. Bedman is someone who supports chaos. I feel like you should be supportive of Seamus above all else. Seamus is just an agent of chaos. Once you accept that, you'll it's way easier to deal with. Once you accept that Seamus is just an agent of chaos, it's way easier to deal with. I guess that's true. You can't say that. You can't just come out and say that. That's way too forward. Baka man. That's gotta be a thing already, right? That's gotta be a thing already. We we like each other around here, right? I don't know, Minty. That's a dangerous question. You're getting dangerously sincere there. You're getting dangerously sincere. You're not sure what? You're not sure if I like you or you're not sure if you like me. What do you mean? Hold on, I gotta take a big sippy. No, no cutting. I personally don't throw rocks at the wall until the dust is so thick that I suffocate, but you do you. I wouldn't recommend that actually. That's probably bad for you, but look, you don't gotta worry so much about whether or not people like you. Alright? Let me just put it this way. If somebody doesn't like you, you probably will know pretty definitively that they don't like you. If someone doesn't like you, they're not gonna like spend time with you. If someone is hanging around and hanging out with you, then they probably like you. You don't gotta get so in your head about that kind of thing. Trust me. Also, just for the record, I like all of you. Even that person that I went super hard on earlier, even the person that posted the shitty hypothetical earlier that I went super hard on. I even like that person. I don't know if they could I don't know if they survived. I don't know if they weathered the storm, but I got no hard feelings towards them. They came in hot, so I responded in kind. They came in guns blazing, so I responded with guns blazing as well. If they wanted like a nicer response or like a calmer response, then they could have said anything else. You're thinking of voices for the little crochet blanket? Good, that's way more important. I like this album a lot. It's very good. It's not being it's not being done justice by you listening to it while I'm talking over it. But it is very good. Stop it. Don't like attach any sort of like significance to my opinion. I cannot stress this enough, but you really should not give a shit what I think about anything, really. I'm just some fucking idiot online. I'm not anything special. You don't have to like attach any sort of meaning to my opinion or anything I say. You'll probably live a longer, happier life if you don't. It was kind of fucked how many people died on screen in Transformers the movie. I mean, probably. You want my creative opinions? It helps with your inspiration. I'm glad that I can help you with that. I can't stop you from valuing my opinion. I should say that. You don't have to, and you probably shouldn't, but I can't prevent you. If you find it helpful, I can't stop you. It was a bold and masterful choice on the part of the director. I'm not directing anything. I'm facilitating. I don't direct, I simply facilitate. I didn't plan for that to happen, but the fact that I'm streaming and choosing to do this is what allowed it to happen. I didn't decide that it would happen that way, but, you know. Luck is just putting yourself in a position where good things can happen to you. You never meant to imply I was the director? Damn. I guess you're right. I guess that's my fault. Oh, that does sound pretty fucked up. I didn't know that happened. I don't know, was the last draw stream like especially sappy or emotional or whatever? I can't remember. I don't remember what happened on the last draw stream. I think it was good though because I decided to download it and make a VOD highlight of it. It inspired me to start re-uploading the art streams to YouTube, so it must have been at least somewhat decent if I felt that way. I haven't actually uploaded it yet because I kind of have been neglecting to upload VODs, but I do have it ready to go. Yeah, cleanse thyself. They might be getting uploaded in the future. Oh, that is pretty gnarly. That dude is fucking dead. That guy is pretty fucking dead. Build Legos? Oh, I do have a Lego set I need to build. I do have a Lego set I need to build. That's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea. But right now I have to take a break. Right now I gotta get up and take a break. I feel like I might need to redesign the Dark Vibes logo as well. I don't know. I kind of like it, but no, I think I'll keep it. I think I'll keep it as a time capsule, as a memento of a previous era. I do really have to go to the bathroom though. I'll be back in a few minutes. I gotta get up like immediately. Ah, shit. Oh, I'm here. Don't worry, I'm here. I think I might be done drawing though. I think that was it. I think whatever the last line I made, whatever the last thing I did, I think that was about all I had in me. I don't know if I can keep going. You want another hug? All right. Okay. There you go. Your left femur snapped? Are you sure about that? I don't think that was me. Are you sure it wasn't already like that? I do have to say though, I mean this seriously. I gotta thank everybody. I gotta thank everybody in the chat for being chill and cool. I really appreciate it. It means a lot to me. It really does. Cause you don't have to say anything at all. You don't have to post anything in the chat at all. So like I appreciate that you can like, you can be cool. Cause there's a lot of people out there who aren't cool at all. So what are you saying, Bedman? All I got out of that was that you're calling me smelly, which I don't appreciate that. That is inaccurate. Oh, you try a decent amount to be not like smelly. Okay, I think I see what you're trying to say. I think that's what you were trying to get at. Do you imagine I look messy and weak and pathetic? Alright, well, I don't think you had to quite phrase it like that. I'm trying to hold on. I'm trying to get sappy here for a minute. I felt it. I felt a little bit of the sap coming on. You're disarming me. I'm getting you're That's not helping, okay? Well, I don't think you guys you don't have to start crying. It's not that no, it's like a good kind of sap. Sap is supposed to be like a good feeling. It's not meant to be sad, it's meant to be good. It's the happy kind? Okay. Let's see if this works. Let's see if this works for what I'm trying to get at here. Oh, all right. No, don't squish me. Don't do that. But I don't know. They really like. I keep thinking about it. You don't have to worry so much about whether or not people like you. It's not such a big deal. Because I worry about that a lot. Believe it or not. Shockingly enough. I know that doesn't sound like me. I know that doesn't sound like me, but I worry about that a lot. Just in general. That was something that I struggled with for a very long time. I was gonna say before I started streaming, but I guess it was like it's partly what led to the hiatus. I'm trying to get the timeline right in my mind. I'm trying to get this timeline in my brain figured out. But it's like for a very long time I just sort of like assumed that I was an unlikable person. That people just didn't like me, and that was like the natural that was just like the natural course of events. Was that I was just an unlikable person. And there wasn't really very much I could do about that. I was just naturally repellent to those around me. But I've sort of come to realize that it was that mentality that it's a self-fulfilling prophecy when you think like that. When you imagine yourself to be an unlikable person, that in and of itself is what makes you unlikable. That's what makes you unpleasant to be around more than anything. When you give up on those sorts of connections and relationships before they even have a chance to start is when you truly become someone that is not really enjoyable to be around or worth investing time in. And it was partially streaming that helped me realize that. I guess it was mainly streaming that helped me realize that that was incorrect. That was the wrong way of thinking about things. It was mainly streaming that helped me realize that it's not really about that. It doesn't really matter whether or not people like you. if you're focusing on how other people think of you, then that's not like, you've already fucked up. You're already tackling things from a faulty angle or an incorrect perspective. You got to really be thinking about how you think of yourself, and like, you got to just focus on being the best version of yourself you can be. If you take care of yourself and you try to improve yourself a little bit every day, you have goals that you're trying to achieve, and you just try to focus on what it is that you want, being healthy and sound and positive and working on yourself, then other people will start to respond in kind. You got to lead by example. Stop it. Don't turn into a green skeleton with red eyes. I'm trying to be serious here for a minute. It's not helping. That's not helping me be real. I'm trying to express real thoughts and emotions. Give me a minute here. You can hit as much of the ogre blunt as you want. It's okay. But it has? That's good, I guess. But I don't know. I also like, you know, I think a lot about like if people like me and what my appeal is and that sort of thing. I worry about if people give a shit, if they will continue to give a shit, if I'll turn people away, if I'll lose people, that kind of thing. But I don't know, it's really not worth worrying about. It's really not something that you should be thinking about. You just have to focus on what it is that you need to do, what you feel like you should be doing. People will come and go. They'll enter and exit. Some of them might stick around, some of them might not. You just gotta go with the flow. Can't be stressing about petty things. And again, I've said this before, but I'll say it again. Definitely don't stress about me. I don't want to be like any sort of like burden upon ye. I just want this to be a nice little hangout spot where people can come and chill out and do whatever it is they want to do. Maybe get a little bit more enrichment out of it, maybe get a little bit of extra something, but definitely don't take it too seriously. Don't take me too seriously. Don't worry about it. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be alright. It's your nap space? Good. However it is that you approach the stream, whatever it is that you get out of it, as long as it's something good. That's all I ask. I don't know. Maybe the Wednesday streams will happen every once in a while. I'm not sure, but I don't know. Like I said, I think I'm just kind of like I'm just kind of like a pretty solitary person, I think, outside of the stream. I've been trying to break out of that, but I don't know if I really want to. I don't know if that's really what I want. I got barely any work done on this drawing tonight. It was mainly just a yap stream, but that's okay. That's fine, right? That's not such a big deal. They're best for napping? Well, you're not napping right now, so I don't know if I believe that. Are you sure about that? I was about to say, I think I might have to call it in a minute here. I don't know if I really have too much else I want to say. I'm getting pretty tired. I'm getting pretty sleepy. I don't know if I have too much more in me. Ugh. I almost said stop, but I'm trying. I'm trying to accept. I'm trying to accept the sister role, but it's not easy for me. It's difficult. It's not easy for me to do. No, I guess I don't. I guess I don't want you to stop when I really think about it. It isn't. It's not easy being green. And I'm not even green. I'm purple. No, I'm not yellow. I think you got to adjust your monitor. I'm not yellow. Green. Yeah, I don't know. I think I do have to call it here. I think I do have to end it. I'm getting way too sentimental. I'm getting way too in my own head. And I am pretty sleepy. More hugs? Alright. Alright. I don't know. I don't wanna talk about the gender stuff too much because I feel like it's a little bit boring. It's a little bit cliche. It's a little bit, I don't know, but it does mean a lot to me to be called sister or girl or whatever. What have the You had fun? That's good. I'm glad you had fun. That's all I want. I just want people to have fun. Alright, I think I do have to transition to the end screen right now. I think I have to start the closing ceremonies before I feel like I'm about to nod off and smash my face against the drawing tablet and have many shards of glass penetrate my face and skull and eyeballs and brain. Looks pretty. Also, night night. Thank you, Strawble Cake. I appreciate that. Sorry you joined the stream right at the end. I said stream again. I didn't even do that on purpose. That was completely by accident. I said stream again instead of stream. That was completely by accident that time. God damn it. I didn't even mean to do that on purpose. Ah, jeez. Ah, jeez. Yeah, I was about to say, I don't think that counts as a stutter. I don't know what that is, but I don't think it's a stutter. Anyway, thank you for being here. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching. I hope you had a good time. I hope you had fun. I hope it was an enjoyable stream. I feel bad. I don't like it when people join the stream right at the end. I feel bad. I need to entertain. I need to keep going for at least another 30 to 45 minutes. I failed as a streamer. I need sleep, and sleep is important. That's true. Thank you. I'm glad you understand. No, I don't know. I'm not feeling very unhinged right now. I'm feeling very hinged. I'm feeling especially hinged. Yeah, I think it's time for me to say goodnight. I'll be back tomorrow. I'll be streaming some more Odin's Fahir. It was a good one. No, I don't want any intense dreams. I need calm dreams. Just make them regular calm. Just make them regularly calm dreams. I don't want them to be intense at all. Just make them chill. Send chill vibes. How about that? Just give me chill vibes. Thank you. But yeah, I think that's about it. I think that's about all I've got. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. I hope you had a good chime. A good chime? What am I saying? What's happening to me? I'm losing it. I'm deteriorating in real time. You're watching me break down into my constituent parts. I'm evaporating live on the air. I can't keep going. My nervous system is rebelling. It's ripping itself out of my body and flying away into the ether. But I guess that's that. I guess that's all I got. I hope you all have a wonderful evening, night, day, afternoon, tomorrow, whatever. And yeah. I will see you all in the next one. Peace out.